Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The medallion gleamed in the dancing firelight, its strange metal neither gold nor silver, but something altogether more ancient, a material that seemed to capture starlight and hold it prisoner within its circular bounds. Frodo Gamgee turned it over in his hands, tracing the unfamiliar symbols etched into its surface. They resembled no writing he had ever seen in his father's books, nor in any of the volumes that once belonged to old Bilbo Bolseiro, whose possessions had finally been distributed among the remaining Baggins and Gamgee families. Outside Bag End, autumn winds whispered through the Shire's rolling hills, carrying the scent of apple harvests and burning leaves. But within Frodo's mind, suddenly there was only the roaring of a different sea, vast and terrible, its waves climbing impossibly high before crashing down upon gleaming spires and marble towers. He gasped, dropping the medallion onto the worn wooden floor. It landed with a sound far heavier than its size should allow, as though weighted with the burden of forgotten ages. "Dij, what have you found there, my boy?" asked Samwise Gamgee, his once golden curls now streaked with silver, as he entered the study that had once belonged to Frodo Baggins, his old master and dear friend. "Just a trinket among Bilbo's things," Frodo answered, though something in him whispered that it was far more. "It'd be a medallion with strange markings." Sam's weathered hand reached down to retrieve the object, but Frodo, driven by an impulse he couldn't name, snatched it away. His father's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Sorry," Frodo mumbled, embarrassed by his uncharacteristic behavior. I'd like to study it further." That night, Frodo dreamed of a great wave rising from the western sea, towering above the tallest mountains of Middle-earth. Standing before it was a figure robed in blue and silver, arms outstretched as if to command the waters. When the figure turned, Frodo saw his own face, yet not his face. The features were sharper, the bearing more regal than any hobbit's humble demeanor. "Find the fragments," the figure whispered, its voice somehow audible above the roar of the impending cataclysm. "Before they find you." Frodo awoke, gasping, clutching the medallion which now burned cold against his chest. He had not remembered hanging it around his neck before sleeping. Outside his window, 3 cloaked figures stood motionless beneath the great party tree, their faces hidden in shadow. When Frodo blinked, they were gone, like morning mist burned away by the rising sun, but the chill they left behind remained. "Now, the markings are certainly not Elvish, nor any dialect of men I've encountered," Eleanor Gardner said, examining the medallion through a jeweler's loupe. Frodo's elder sister had inherited both their father's love of lore and the fairness of their mother, earning her the nickname Eleanor the Fair throughout the Four Farthings. "What of the metal itself?" Frodo asked, watching as the strange alloy caught the afternoon light streaming through Eleanor's workshop window. "That," she said, setting down her instruments with care, "is what troubles me most. It resembles descriptions I've read of mithril, yet it's not quite the same. Something older, perhaps, or forged with arts lost to this world." A heavy knock interrupted them. Sam Gamgee entered, his normally jovial face grave. "Riders at the borders," he he announced without preamble, asking for the last heir by name. Black cloaks, with faces none can clearly recall after seeing them. Frodo's hand closed around the medallion. "They've come for this, for me." "What nonsense!" Sam began, but stopped when he saw the shadow of knowledge in his son's eyes, a shadow he recognized all too well from adventures long past. "We must go to Rivendell," Frodo said with sudden certainty. "Master Elrond will know what this means." "Elrond has passed into the west, lad," Sam reminded him gently. "But his sons remain, and perhaps—" "Perhaps?" Eleanor prompted. "Perhaps it's time this old gardener took one last journey beyond the Shire's borders." The journey east was fraught with signs that the world beyond the Shire's gentle hills had grown strange again. Thrice they encountered trees uprooted not by storm, but by unseen hands, their roots twisted in patterns that formed the same unfamiliar symbols etched upon Frodo's medallion. At night, stars flared with unusual brightness before dimming suddenly, as though sending signals across the vast heavens. Their party was small: Frodo, Sam, Eleanor, who refused to be left behind, and young Pippin Took Brandybuck, a distant cousin who had appointed himself their guardian despite being scarcely out of his tweens. What they lacked in numbers, they made up for in stealth, a quality that had served hobbits well through the ages. At the Forsaken Inn, on the edge of the Wild Lands, they encountered their first true peril. The robed figures, 5 now, surrounded the decrepit building under cover of a moonless night. Their whispers carried on the wind, speaking a language that made the medallion vibrate against Frodo's skin. "They call you Arakil," translated a gruff voice from the shadows of their room. The speaker stepped forward, a dwarf, his russet beard braided with silver clasps, his eyes old with wisdom and sorrow. "It means Royal Scion, in the ancient tongue of Númenor." "Who are you?" Sam demanded, hand moving to the short sword he still carried, though he had hoped never to draw it again. "Durin the Eight, at your service," the dwarf replied with a formal bow. "Though most call me Darin now, I've been expecting you, heir of Elendil, or perhaps of one far older." "I'm no heir," Frodo protested. "I'm just a hobbit from the Shire." Darin's laugh was without humor. "Tell that to the cultists of the deep who surround us, seeking to finish what began with Númenor's drowning." Later that night, as they slipped away through a forgotten tunnel beneath the inn's root cellar, Darin explained further. The medallion was no mere trinket but a key, one of 7 fragments of the Master Palantir, sundered before the downfall of Númenor and scattered across Middle-earth. "The 7 stars of the west, they were called," Darin whispered as they emerged into a forest shrouded in mist. "Forged of true silver and starlight by Elros Tar Miniatur himself, the first king of Númenor and your ancestor." "That's impossible," Eleanor interjected. "Atu, the bloodlines of Númenor flow through the kings of Gondor, not through halflings. So most believe," Darin agreed. "But one branch of the royal line did not board the ships that fled the downfall. Instead, they sought humbler havens, places where the hubris that doomed Númenor might be forgotten and forgiven through simple lives tending growing things." Frodo's hand trembled as he touched the medallion. "You're saying my family." "The Gamgees, not the Gamgees," Darin corrected. "The Baggins line. Bilbo was the last to carry the blood openly, which is why the medallion lay dormant until it sensed the mingling of bloodlines, Baggins and Gamgee together in you, Frodo, son of Samwise, foster son of Frodo Baggins, who was kinsman to Bilbo." Sam shook his head in disbelief. But why reveal itself now, after all these years? The answer came not from Darin, but from the forest before them, which parted to reveal a glade bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood a white tower, impossibly slender, rising toward the stars like a question posed to the heavens. "Because," came a musical voice. "The world is about to remember what it has struggled to forget." From the tower emerged an elf maiden whose beauty carried the sorrow of countless ages. Her silver hair flowed like water, and her eyes held the light of stars long extinguished. "I am Celebrian, daughter of Galadriel, wife of Elrond," she introduced herself. "And I have waited long for your coming, Arakil of the Hidden Line." The white tower of Celebrian, hidden in the mists between Rivendell and the Shire, existed in a fold of time and space where the ancient powers of the elves still held sway. Here, Frodo learned the truth that had been concealed since before the Third Age. Númenor was not destroyed as punishment, Celebrian explained, as they stood upon the tower's highest balcony, overlooking a valley that seemed to contain landscapes from many different regions of Middle-earth simultaneously. It was sacrificed to contain something far older and more terrible than Sauron. "The entity has no name in any tongue now spoken," Darin added. "But it slumbered beneath the waves of the Western Sea since the breaking of Thangorodrim. The Númenorians, in their pride and hunger for power, delved too deeply and began to wake it." Celebrian's gaze was distant, seeing across ages. The Valar had a choice: allow the entity to rise and devour all of Arda, or sacrifice Númenor to create a prison of water and ruin that would contain it for millennia. But now it stirs again, Frodo guessed, the weight of understanding settling upon him like a mantle too heavy for his hobbit shoulders. "Yes," Celebrian confirmed. "The 7 stars were created to maintain the binding, each containing a portion of the power needed to keep the entity imprisoned. When the stars are gathered and reunited as the Master Palantir, they can renew the bonds for another age of the world." "Why me?" Frodo asked, the question that had burned within him since the Medallion first showed him visions of drowning spires. "Because," Darin said gruffly, "only one of the blood royal who has never sought power can wield the 7 stars without being corrupted by them. The hobbits, resistance to the call of dominion, the same quality that allowed Bilbo and Frodo Baggins to bear the One Ring, makes you uniquely suited to this task." That night, as Frodo stood alone beneath stars that seemed to pulse with knowing light, the Medallion, the first of the 7 stars, whispered to him of the others. One lay beneath the ruins of Fornost, another in the depths of Moria, a third in the Sea of Rhûn, the fourth among the ice fields of Forodwaith, the fifth in the towers of Minas Tirith, where none would think to look, and the 6th in the abandoned havens of Umbar. When gathered and reunited, they would form the Master Palantir, not merely a seeing stone, but a key to either renew the entity's prison or, in the wrong hands, throw wide its doors. "Bay, I'm not a hero," Frodo whispered to the night. "I'm just a hobbit who wanted to learn about the wider world." The stars offered no comfort, but a warm hand squeezed his shoulder. His father stood beside him, weathered face resolute in the starlight. "No one sets out to be a hero, my boy," Sam said softly. "They just set out, one step at a time, because the road is there before them, and no one else seems to be taking it." Frodo smiled despite himself. "Did you learn that from your Mr. Frodo?" "No," Sam replied, gazing at stars that had guided him on journeys long ago. "He never needed to tell me. He showed me, one step at a time." As dawn broke over the hidden valley, casting the white tower in hues of rose and gold, Frodo Gamgee, last heir of Númenor's forgotten line, took the first step on a path that would lead him across Middle-earth, in search of fragments of a broken world and the power to mend it anew. Behind him, unseen by any save Celebrian's ancient eyes, the shadow of that other Frodo, Frodo Baggins, ring-bearer and saviour of Middle-earth, walked alongside his namesake for a brief moment before fading back into the realm of legend where the greatest heroes ultimately dwell. Story 2. The whispers came first, soft as autumn leaves brushing against one another, yet laden with words no mortal tongue had spoken in an age. Folco Boffin, his small hobbit frame dwarfed by the towering sentinels of Mirkwood, pressed his ear against the gnarled bark of an ancient oak and listened. Where others heard only the forest's mundane symphony, Folco discerned voices, hundreds of them layered like the rings within the trees themselves, speaking of doors between stars and paths that wound between realities. "And you shouldn't wander so far from the path," called Beren, a merchant from Bree who had hired Folco for his cartographic skills. "These woods have grown strange since the Great War ended. Stranger than before, even." Folco nodded absently, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns he'd been mapping for weeks. What had begun as a simple commission to chart new trade routes through the recovering Mirkwood had become something far more mysterious. The forest was changing, not healing as everyone had hoped after Sauron's fall, but transforming into something altogether different. "We'll make camp here," Folco announced, pointing to a small clearing that hadn't been there the previous evening. He had stopped mentioning such anomalies to Beren days ago after witnessing the man's growing unease. As twilight descended upon the forest, casting long shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, Folco sat apart from the campfire, quill in hand. His maps no longer resembled anything recognizable as Mirkwood. Instead, they captured something far more profound, a lattice of connections, doorways, and passages that existed beneath the visible forest like veins beneath skin. In the dead of night, when Beren's snores rose and fell with reassuring regularity, Folco slipped away from camp. He followed a melody only he could hear, threading his way between trees that parted before him like reluctant guardians. The forest floor beneath his calloused hobbit feet seemed to pulse with life, guiding him forward until he reached a grove unlike any he had seen before. The trees here formed a perfect circle around a pool of water so still it resembled polished obsidian. Reflected in its surface were stars Folco had never seen in Middle-earth's night sky, constellations unknown to even the most learned astronomers of Gondor. As he approached the water's edge, the whispers grew to a crescendo. "You hear them too," came a voice, melodious yet sharp as the edge of a blade. Folco spun around, his heart hammering against his ribs. From the shadows emerged an elf maiden, her copper hair catching what little moonlight filtered through the canopy. Her green eyes held both wisdom and sorrow in equal measure, and though she wore the garb of a woodland scout, she carried herself with the unmistakable dignity of one born to command. "I am Tauriel," she said, studying the small hobbit with unconcealed curiosity. "At once captain of King Thranduil's guard, now something else entirely." "Folco Boffin," he replied with a small bow, unable to mask his wonder at meeting one of the firstborn. "Cartographer from the Shire. No mere cartographer walks the whispering paths and lives to tell the tale," Tauriel countered, circling him with the predatory grace of a wildcat. "Yet here you stand, mapping that which should remain hidden." She gestured to his satchel, where his peculiar maps were stored. Folco clutched it protectively against his chest. "I only draw what I see and hear," he said defensively, "and I see and hear much that others cannot." "So the rumors are true," Tauriel whispered, more to herself than to the hobbit. "The forest has chosen its messenger." Before Folco could question her meaning, the ground beneath them trembled, the pool's surface rippled, distorting the alien stars reflected there. Around them, the trees began to move, not swaying in the wind, but deliberately shifting positions, their roots creaking as they extracted themselves from the earth, only to plunge down again several feet away. "We must move," Toriel commanded, grasping Folco's arm and pulling him away from the clearing. The changing has begun earlier than expected. They fled through the rearranging forest, Toriel's sure-footed grace matched by Folco's unexpected agility. The hobbit found himself instinctively knowing which way to turn, which paths would remain stable amidst the chaos. "This way," he called out, tugging Toriel toward what appeared to be a solid wall of brambles. As they approached, the thorny growth parted, revealing a hidden passage beyond. Toriel's eyes widened. "How did you know?" "The trees told me," Folco replied simply. The passage led them to an encampment nestled within the heart of Mirkwood. A dozen elves moved about with grim purpose, sharpening weapons and consulting ancient scrolls. They regarded Folco with a mixture of suspicion and hope. "I have brought the forest speaker," Toriel announced. An elderly elf stepped forward, his silver hair cascading down his back like a frozen waterfall. "I am Nimrodel, last of the Silver Mist Council. We have awaited one such as you, halfling, though I confess we expected someone taller." Despite the gravity of the situation, Folco found himself smiling. "We hobbits are full of surprises, Master Nimrodel." Over the next hours, Folco learned the truth that had been hidden from the free peoples of Middle-earth. Following the destruction of the One Ring, the magical barriers between worlds had begun to weaken. Mirkwood, once a stronghold of darkness under Sauron's influence, had become something far more dangerous, a nexus point where countless realities intersected. "The forest has always been a threshold," Nimrodel explained, showing Folco ancient texts depicting trees with roots that stretched beyond the boundaries of the parchment. The earliest elves knew this and established guardians, the Ents of old, to maintain the separation between worlds. "But the Ents have retreated," Toriel added, her voice tinged with bitterness. They grow silent and still, rooting themselves deep while the danger grows. "What danger?" Folco asked, though he already suspected the answer from the whispers he had been hearing. Nimrodel's expression darkened. "There are beings in the spaces between worlds, entities neither good nor evil as we understand such concepts, but utterly alien to our reality. One such being has sensed our weakened barriers and seeks entry into Middle-earth." "The endless hunger," Toriel whispered. "That is what the oldest trees name it." Folco unrolled his maps on the council table. The elves gasped as they saw the intricate patterns he had drawn, a perfect representation of the threshold points throughout Mirkwood where the barriers between worlds had grown thinnest. "The forest has been preparing," Folco explained, his voice growing stronger as he shared the knowledge that had been gradually seeping into his consciousness. "These aren't random changes. The trees are attempting to seal the breaches. Yet they cannot complete their work without guidance," Nimrodel mused, studying the maps. They need a voice to coordinate their efforts, someone who can hear their collective wisdom and direct their power." "That's why I was drawn here," Folco realized. "But why me? Why a hobbit?" Toriel's gaze softened. "Perhaps because hobbits have proven most resistant to the call of power. Perhaps because your people understand the value of roots and growing things in a way even elves have forgotten." The discussion was interrupted by a scout bursting into the council tent. "The central grove has changed. The black pool now shows a face." They rushed to the grove Folco had discovered earlier. The pool's surface was no longer mirror-smooth, but rippled continuously, and within its depths, something vast and incomprehensible was taking shape, a presence that defied description, composed of angles that shouldn't exist and colors that hurt the eye. "It comes," Nimrodel breathed, his ancient face drawn with fear. As they watched in horror, tendrils of impossible geometry began to extend from the pool, reaching toward the surrounding trees. Where they touched, the bark blackened and peeled away like burned parchment. "We must close the pathway," Toriel declared, notching an arrow to her bow, though she clearly knew conventional weapons would be useless. Folko stepped forward, drawn by an instinct deeper than fear. The whispers around him had risen to a deafening chorus, thousands of tree voices calling out in desperation and determination. "Not close," he said, his voice somehow carrying above the cacophony. "Redirect." Without fully understanding what he was doing, Folko began to sing, a simple Shire tune about roots and rain and the turning of seasons. As the melody spilled from his lips, the trees around the pool began to sway in rhythm, their roots emerging from the ground not in chaotic defense, but in coordinated purpose. Toriel watched in amazement as the hobbit conducted the forest like a master musician leading an orchestra. Under his guidance, the roots of a dozen ancient oaks plunged into the black pool, not attacking the entity, but reshaping the portal itself. "He's creating a new pathway," Nimrodel realized. Diverting the entity rather than confronting it directly. The pool's surface twisted and writhed as the entity fought against the redirection, but the combined will of the forest, channeled through Folko's song, proved stronger. With a sound like the tearing of the world itself, the pool collapsed inward, leaving behind a perfect circle of 13 seedlings, young trees of a species none present had ever seen before. Folko stumbled, suddenly exhausted. Toriel caught him before he could fall. "What happened?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "You spoke with the voice of the forest," she replied with newfound respect. "You convinced it to create a new path, one that leads away from our world." "And the seedlings." Nimrodel knelt beside the circle of new growth. "Guardians," he said in wonder. "The forest has created new guardians to replace the Ents. They will grow to maintain the boundaries between worlds." In the days that followed, Folko worked with the elves to map the remaining threshold points throughout Mirkwood. At each location, he performed the same ritual, singing to the trees and helping them reshape the barriers between realities. When the work was finally complete, Toriel approached him as he packed his meager belongings. "You could stay," she offered. "The forest still speaks to you." "There is much more we could learn." Folko smiled, thinking of the green hills of the Shire and the simple pleasures of his home. "The forest will always speak to those who listen," he replied, "but my own roots call me home." As he departed Mirkwood, following Beren, who remained blissfully unaware of the cosmic drama that had unfolded, Folko felt the trees bid him farewell. Their whispers followed him all the way to the forest's edge, no longer chaotic or frightening, but harmonious and watchful. The forest between worlds would remain a place of mystery and magic, but its boundaries were secure once more, thanks to the unlikeliest of heroes, a hobbit cartographer who had drawn maps of realities no one else could see. And if sometimes, in the quiet evenings of the Shire, Folko found himself humming strange melodies that made the garden plants grow in peculiar patterns, well, that was hardly the strangest souvenir anyone had brought back from an adventure beyond the borders of home. Story 3. The storm came from the east, a roiling wall of clouds that should never have reached the sheltered valleys of the Shire. Lightning forked through skies turned the color of bruised plums, each thunderous crack leaving behind the scent of metal and strange spices. The hobbits of Hobbiton barred their round doors and shuttered their circular windows, whispering of ill omens and the return of dark days long thought banished to history and hearth tales. All save one. Macho Brandebuke stood upon the hill overlooking Bywater Pool, his copper curls plastered to his face by the unnatural rain. Unlike his kin, who found comfort in their burrows and pantries, Macho had always been drawn to the whispers of the wider world. The tales his grandfather had told of elven kingdoms and ancient evils, of a ring and a mountain of fire, had kindled in him a flame that the comfortable predictability of hobbit life could never quite extinguish. So it was that Marco alone witnessed the stranger's arrival. The figure materialized from within the heart of the storm, as though the tempest itself had given birth to him. Tall he was, taller than any man who occasionally passed through the Shire on business, yet stooped as if bearing an invisible burden. His robes might once have been blue, but now hung in tattered shreds of midnight and ash around his gaunt frame. Most disturbing was his face, noble features twisted by some inner corruption, skin bearing patterns like cracked porcelain revealing veins of shadow beneath. When he spoke, his voice carried above the storm's fury with unnatural clarity. "I seek the halfling scholar," the stranger rasped, "the one who keeps the old knowledge." Thunder punctuated his words, and for an instant, Marco glimpsed something vast and terrible, silhouetted against the clouds, a shape with too many angles, a darkness deeper than mere absence of light. Fear and fascination warred within Marco's heart. "There are no scholars here," he called back, his own voice sounding small against the storm's backdrop. "Only simple folk who tend gardens and brew ale." The stranger's laugh was hollow, devoid of mirth. "You lie poorly, young Brundabuke. The blood of Bull Roarer flows in your veins, and with it, secrets passed down through generations." Ice formed in Marco's stomach. How did this broken figure know his family name? Few outside the Shire remembered the lineage of hobbits, creatures deemed inconsequential in the grand tapestry of Middle-earth. "Who are you?" Marco demanded, summoning courage from some hidden reserve. The stranger straightened slightly, and for a fleeting moment dignity and power radiated from him, a memory of former glory. "I am Palando, once called the Blue, once counted among the Astari." The momentary nobility crumbled, replaced by a grimace of pain. "Now, I am merely the Fallen, the herald of the shadow." 3 days later, in the dusty back room of the Green Dragon Inn, Marco sat across from the wizard, absorbing revelations that shattered his understanding of the world. The common room beyond the locked door hummed with gossip about the stranger, but none dared approach. Something in Palando's broken countenance repelled curious eyes. "The void is not empty," Palando explained, his twisted fingers tracing patterns on the rough wooden table. "Between the spaces of creation lurk entities older than Arda itself, watchers, waiters, hungerers. When the Valar shaped the world, they wove barriers to keep such things at bay. Like a fence around a garden," Marco offered, seeking familiar metaphors to comprehend the incomprehensible. A ghost of a smile touched Palando's ruined lips. "Indeed, little gardener, a fence of song and starlight." The smile vanished. "In my pride, I tore a hole in that fence." The wizard's tale spilled forth, how he and Alatar, the two blue wizards, had journeyed into the eastern lands beyond all maps known to the west, their mission to undermine Sauron's influence among the peoples of Rhûn and Harad. But while Alatar established secret councils of resistance, Palando sought more direct methods. "I discovered ruins predating the First Age," he continued, voice dropping to a whisper. "Temples built by cultures that worshipped the spaces between stars. Within them, I found texts speaking of power beyond anything the Astari were permitted to wield." Marco shivered despite the room's warmth. "And you used this power?" Palando's eyes, milky white where they should have been colored, fixed on the hobbit. "I attempted to create a weapon against the enemy. Instead, I released something far worse. The shadow of the void, a consciousness that feasts on reality itself. It consumed Alatar. It nearly consumed me." His hand trembled as it rose to touch the fracture-like patterns on his face. This is but the mark of its passing touch. And now it comes west, Marco concluded, the implications dawning with terrible clarity. It has already begun to seep through. The storm heralded its first tendrils, reaching the borders of lands you know. Soon it will manifest fully. Pallando leaned forward. The Valar have abandoned these shores. The great elf lords have departed for Valinor. The kingdoms of men are rebuilt but weak. None remain who remember how to fight such ancient darkness. Except you, Marco said. Pallando shook his head. I am broken, my power a shadow of what it once was, but I retain knowledge, and there are races in Middle-earth, forgotten by the great powers, who might yet be rallied. What has this to do with me? Marco asked, though in his heart he already knew. The races of Middle-earth will not follow a fallen wizard, Pallando said simply. But they might follow a halfling, one of the folk whose resistance to corruption saved all of Middle-earth when greater beings failed. Dawn painted the rolling hills of the Shire with gentle gold, the night's dew transforming ordinary fields into tapestries of diamond-strewn emerald. Marco stood at the borders of the land that had been the only home he had ever known, a pack containing little more than provisions and his grandfather's journal slung over his shoulder. Behind him, a chorus of disapproving relatives and neighbors had gathered to witness his departure. Before him stretched the East Road, and beyond it, lands that existed for most hobbits only in tavern tales. This is folly, pronounced Gerda Proudfoot, whose apple orchards bordered Marco's modest inheritance. What does a hobbit know of wizards and shadows and saving the world? That's business for big folk. Big folk didn't save us from the scouring, Marco countered, referring to the dark time when Saruman had briefly enslaved the Shire. Hobbits did. Those were different hobbits, old Holman Burrows muttered. Men are made of sterner stuff than these days. Pallando, waiting at the road's edge, remained silent. The wizard had revealed little of their destination or plan, save that they would journey first to the woodland realm, where remnants of the once great elven kingdoms might still harbor knowledge of the ancient barriers. Marco turned to face his kin one last time. My grandfather told me that Frodo Baggins once said there was something Tookish in him, a part that wondered what lay beyond the next hill. Well, there's something Tookish in me too, even if I'm a Brandabuke. And right now, that something tells me that the next hill holds our fate, whether we go to meet it or wait for it to come to us. With those words, he turned and took his place beside the fallen wizard. Together, they set forth an unlikely pair, the corrupted Istari, whose pride had unleashed catastrophe, and the hobbit barely taller than a human child, who had never before ventured beyond the Brandywine River. The woodland realm was not as Marco had imagined from tales. The great forest of Mirkwood, once cleansed after Sauron's fall, had begun to darken once more. Trees that should have been vibrant with summer growth stood half barren, their leaves withered as though autumn had come months early. The very air felt thin, lacking the richness that should permeate ancient woods. The shadow feeds on life, Pallando explained as they picked their way through underbrush that crumbled to ash at their touch. It begins with the oldest, deepest magics, the slow songs of trees, the quiet wisdom of stone. Then it will turn to creatures, and finally to thinking beings. They had traveled for weeks, avoiding the main roads where Pallando's corrupted appearance would draw unwanted attention. The wizard grew weaker as they journeyed eastward, as though proximity to the source of his fall drained what remained of his strength. How much farther? Marco asked, helping Pallando over a fallen log that blocked their path. The elves have withdrawn to their innermost sanctum, the wizard replied, a place called Lusgalen, the Green Haven. Once, it was King Thranduil's palace, but now it shelters the last of his people who refuse the call of the West. As if summoned by his words, shadows detached themselves from the surrounding trees. Arrows knocked on elegant boughs materialized from nowhere, their points unwavering as they targeted the travelers' hearts. "Palando the Blue," spoke a melodious voice laden with contempt. "You dare return to these woods, bearer of corruption." The speaker stepped forward, an elf maiden whose beauty remained undimmed despite the forest's decay. Her silver-gold hair was braided with warriors' knots, and her eyes held the light of stars seen through millennia. "Nimrodel," Palando acknowledged, his voice weakening further. "Last daughter of Lothlorien's guard. I should loose this arrow and end your miserable existence," she said coldly, "were it not for the ancient laws forbidding elf from slaying Istari, corrupted though you may be." Marco, overwhelmed by the elves' ethereal presence yet aware of the danger, stepped forward. "My lady," he began, summoning courtesies he had only read in books, "we come seeking aid, not to bring harm." Nimrodel's gaze shifted to the hobbit, surprise momentarily replacing hostility. A halfling, far from the Shire's green borders. What trickery is this, Palando? "Do you now enslave the little folk to your dark purpose?" Before the wizard could answer, Marco continued, drawing himself up to his full height, unimpressive though it was, compared to the elven warriors. "I am Marco Brandebuck, and I come of my own will. Palando has told me of the shadow that approaches from the east, a danger that threatens all races of Middle-earth. And you believe the words of one who has already betrayed his order?" Nimrodel challenged. Something stirred in Marco then, a certainty he could neither explain nor deny. "I believe that danger approaches, regardless of its source. I believe that divided, the peoples of Middle-earth will fall. And I believe that even the smallest person can change the course of the future." A murmur passed through the elven company. Nimrodel studied the hobbit with newfound interest, seeing perhaps echoes of another time when the smallest of beings had saved the world from darkness. "You speak with wisdom beyond your years, Marco Brandebuck," she said finally. "Come then, you shall have audience with our council. But be warned, if your words or those of your companion prove false, not even the ancient prohibitions will stay our hand." As they were escorted deeper into the fading forest, toward the hidden elven enclave, Marco felt Palando's cold hand briefly touch his shoulder. "Well spoken, little diplomat," the wizard whispered. "Perhaps I chose better than I knew." But in the shadows cast by the wizard's broken form, Marco glimpsed something troubling, tendrils of darkness that seemed to move with purpose, as though the corruption that marked Palando was not merely a scar of past contact with the shadow, but an active presence, growing stronger with each step eastward. The hobbit kept this observation to himself, but his hand strayed to his pack, where his grandfather's journal lay hidden. Within those pages were not merely family records, but accounts passed down through generations, dating back to the War of the Ring, including fragmentary notes on the nature of corruption, possession, and the subtle influence of powers beyond mortal comprehension. For the first time since leaving the Shire, doubt crept into Marco's heart. Was he truly walking toward salvation for Middle-earth, or was he being led step by willing step into the very jaws of the shadow itself? As the elven city appeared before them, a last bastion of light in the darkening wood, Marco squared his shoulders. Whatever lay ahead, whatever Palando's true nature and intent, one thing remained certain: a hobbit's courage, once roused, was a force that even the greatest powers of Middle-earth had learned not to underestimate. Story 4. The Blue Mountains stood like ancient sentinels against the twilight sky, their peaks wreathed in mist, that caught the last golden rays of the setting sun. Within their shadow, where the foothills gave way to dense pine forests, a solitary figure made his way along a narrow trail. Smaller than a dwarf, but moving with surprising agility, Peregrin Túk adjusted the pack on his shoulders and consulted the rough map clutched in his weathered hands. Trade routes between the Shire and the dwarven settlements had grown more profitable in recent years, and Pippin, as he was known among friends, had found an unexpected talent for diplomacy and commerce in his middle age. The sound reached him first, a musical tinkling like crystal bells, disturbed by a gentle breeze. Then came the light, a pale blue radiance emanating from between the roots of an ancient oak that clung precariously to the mountainside. Curiosity, the inherited curse of the Túk bloodline, drew Pippin forward. Kneeling beside the gnarled roots, he brushed away centuries of accumulated soil and leaves to reveal a small opening. The glow pulsed, as if beckoning. "This has all the markings of exactly the sort of trouble my mother warned me about," Pippin muttered to himself, even as he reached into the cavity. His fingers closed around something cool and metallic, its surface etched with patterns he could feel but not yet see. When he withdrew his hand, he held a fragment of metal no larger than his palm. It was neither gold nor silver, but something altogether different, a material that seemed to capture starlight within its atomic structure. The fragment was clearly broken from something larger, its edge jagged where it had been separated from its whole. Intricate runes, half-elven and half-dwarven, spiraled across its surface. As Pippin turned it in his hands, the fragment sang, a haunting melody that made the very air around him shiver with ancient memory. "The crown of Durin and Celebrimbor," spoke a voice from the shadows. Or rather, a piece of it. Pippin nearly dropped the fragment as he spun around. From the deepening twilight emerged an elf, tall and grave, with eyes that had witnessed the turning of many ages. His silver armor gleamed softly beneath a cloak, the color of forest shadows. "Forgive my startling you, Master Halfling," the elf said with a slight bow. "I am Elrohir, son of Elrond. That which you hold has been sought by my kind for an age of the world." Before Pippin could respond, a gruff voice cut through the clearing. "Man, it rightfully belongs to the children of Ole, not the firstborn." From the opposite direction came a dwarf, his russet beard elaborately braided with silver clasps, his battle-axe slung casually yet purposefully across his broad shoulders. Despite his short stature, he carried himself with undeniable dignity. "Farin, son of Floy, at your service." The dwarf introduced himself with a perfunctory bow. "Adieu, though I'll be taking that crown fragment off your hands if you please. It's dwarven property." "It is no such thing," Elrohir countered, his melodious voice hardening. "The crown was forged by Celebrimbor himself, greatest of the Gwaithai Myrddin, using mithril mined by dwarven hands from the depths of Moria," Farin retorted. "Its rightful place is in the halls of Durin's folk." Pippin, finding himself suddenly between two formidable figures whose ancient feud seemed ready to reignite over the object in his hand, did what hobbits do best in moments of stress. He offered food. "Gentlemen," he said, holding up his free hand placatingly, "the day grows late, and these woods are no place for heated discussions on empty stomachs. I've dried apples, good cheese from the Shire, and even a flask of passable wine. Might we discuss this matter over supper?" The incongruity of the offer momentarily stunned both elf and dwarf into silence, giving Pippin the opening to continue. Besides," he added, carefully tucking the fragment into his inner pocket, "I found this trinket fair and square, which makes it mine until I decide otherwise." The fire crackled softly as the unlikely trio sat beneath the ancient oak. Despite initial reluctance, both Elrohir and Farin had accepted Pippin's hospitality, though they sat on opposite sides of the flame, exchanging occasional glances of suspicion. "You're the crown of two races," Elrohir explained after finishing a portion of cheese, "was forged during the one true alliance between elves and dwarves, when Celebrimbor of Eregion and Durin III of Moria joined in friendship during the Second Age." "Before your lot shut their doors and hearts to the world," Farin muttered. Elrohir's eyes flashed, but he continued with measured patience. The crown was no mere symbol. It held power, the ability to reveal hidden mithril veins and to open doorways between the realms of both races that have been sealed since the alliance fractured. "Why was it broken?" Pippin asked, genuinely curious about the artifact warming within his pocket. A shadow passed over Farin's face. "Treachery," he said simply, "or so our histories claim." "The elves say the same of us." "In truth," Elrohir admitted reluctantly, "none now living know what truly transpired. The crown was shattered, its fragments scattered across Middle-earth. Since then, relations between our peoples have been strained." "Strained?" Pippin raised an eyebrow. "Like milk left too long in the sun is strained." The unexpected metaphor drew a reluctant chuckle from Farin. "You have a way with words, Master Halfling. Pippin, please. Or Peregrin if we're being formal, though nobody but my mother ever called me that, and only when I tracked mud through her freshly cleaned smile." This mundane domestic detail, so far removed from ancient feuds and magical crowns, seemed to deflate some of the tension around the fire. "Why seek the fragment now, after all this time?" Pippin asked, sensing an opportunity to uncover the true purpose behind their sudden appearance. Elrohir and Farin exchanged a glance that contained more communication than either would admit. "Rumors have reached both our peoples," Elrohir said carefully, "whispers of a shadow growing in the deep places of the world. The cult that calls itself the Dusk Eternal seeks the fragments for their own purpose. They believe," Farin continued, taking up the thread with surprising seamlessness, "that the crown can be corrupted, its power to open paths between realms twisted to break the seals on something far darker." "A Balrog," Elrohir said, the elvish word hanging ominously in the night air. "One of the last, sleeping deep beneath the mountains where even dwarves no longer delve." Pippin felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "Even in the Shire, tales were told of the demon of shadow and flame that had claimed the life of Gandalf the Grey, however temporarily. And now both your peoples want this fragment to, what? Keep it safe." "Use its power yourselves?" Pippin questioned, his hand unconsciously moving to the pocket where the fragment lay. "That," said a new voice from beyond the circle of firelight, "depends entirely on which lies you choose to believe, little hobbit." The newcomers emerged like wraiths from the darkness, 5 figures in robes the color of dried blood, their faces obscured by deep hoods. Each carried a staff topped with a pale crystal that emitted sickly yellow light. "The Dusk Eternal," Farin growled, reaching for his axe as Elrohir in one fluid motion knocked an arrow to his bow. "The fragment, if you please," spoke the tallest cultist, extending a hand pale as death toward Pippin. "The crown's reunification is inevitable. You merely choose whether to be rewarded for your cooperation or counted among its sacrifices." What happened next occurred with such speed that Pippin would later struggle to recall the exact sequence. Elrohir's arrow flew true, striking the leader's outstretched hand. Farin's battle cry echoed through the forest as he charged the cultists on the right. The fragment in Pippin's pocket suddenly blazed with heat and light, forcing him to withdraw it. As the metal touched the night air, it erupted with blue-white radiance that momentarily blinded everyone in the clearing. When Pippin could see again, a dome of translucent energy surrounded him, Elrohir and Farin, while the cultists hammered at the barrier with their staffs, their magic flaring against it like lightning against mountain stone. "The crown protects its bearers," Elrohir said in wonder, lowering his bow. "Yet I had thought such powers mere legend." "As did I," Farin admitted, his axe still raised defensively. "It seems the old stories held more truth than either of our peoples remembered." The fragment in Pippin's hand pulsed with inner light, and to his astonishment words formed in his mind, not in any language he knew, but somehow perfectly comprehensible. Ancient knowledge, locked within the metal itself, unfolded in his consciousness. "But the barrier won't hold indefinitely," he found himself saying with certainty. "But there's a path, a doorway the fragment can open. One of the old roads between elven and dwarven realms." "Impossible," Farin protested. "Those passages have been sealed for millennia." "Not sealed," Pippin corrected, the fragment's knowledge flowing through him. "Forgotten." "There's a difference." Guided by instinct and the fragment's silent instruction, Pippin pressed the metal against the ancient oak's trunk. The tree's bark rippled like water, revealing a passageway that spiraled downward into the living rock of the mountain. "Quickly," Pippin urged, as the barrier against the cultists began to flicker. "The way is open, but not for long." The hidden path led them deep into the mountain's heart, through tunnels that bore the unmistakable signs of both elven and dwarven craftsmanship, flowing organic forms seamlessly integrated with geometric precision. Luminous crystals embedded in the walls provided soft, unwavering light that required no flame. "I never imagined I would walk these legendary halls," Elrohir murmured, his fingers reverently tracing inscriptions that predated even his ancient lineage. "Nor I," Farin admitted, his earlier hostility tempered by the wonder of their surroundings. "Our histories speak of these passages, but many believed them merely symbolic, metaphors for a cooperation long vanished." Pippin, leading them forward with the glowing fragment held before him like a compass, felt a strange clarity descending. "Perhaps that's the point," he suggested. "And perhaps the real treachery wasn't between your peoples at all, but from someone who feared what elves and dwarves might accomplish together." The passage eventually opened into a vast circular chamber whose ceiling was lost in darkness above. At its center stood a plinth of white marble and black granite intertwined, upon which rested a velvet cushion long since faded to gray. "The crown's resting place," Elrohir breathed. "Where it was meant to return when its purpose was fulfilled," Farin added. Pippin approached the plinth, the fragment now pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. As he stood before the ancient pedestal, ghostly images suddenly filled the chamber, echoes of the past playing out like reflections in water. They witnessed a hooded figure stealing into this very chamber in an age long past, removing a complete crown of breathtaking beauty from the plinth. With deliberate malice, the figure shattered the crown against the floor, scattering its fragments. As the apparition turned to flee, its hood fell back, revealing a face that caused both Elrohir and Farin to gasp in recognition. "Anatar," Elrohir whispered. "Sauron," Farin hissed simultaneously. "He feared your alliance," Pippin realized aloud. "He engineered your division." The revelation hung in the air between elf and dwarf, the understanding that generations of mistrust had been built upon a foundation of calculated deception. Beyond the chamber's entrance came sounds of pursuit. The cultists had found the passage and were drawing near. "They cannot be allowed to reach the chamber," Elrohir declared, notching an arrow to his bow. "For once, we agree," Farin growled, hefting his axe. As they prepared to make their stand at the narrow entrance, Pippin was struck by sudden inspiration. The fragment had shown him truth. Perhaps it could do more. "Wait!" he called. "There's another way." Guided by intuition and the fragments warming in his palm, Pippin placed the piece upon the faded cushion. Immediately, it began to glow brighter, sending beams of light spiraling upward. "Madu, the fragment is calling to its other pieces," he explained, understanding flowing through him. "But it needs power, a sacrifice of old grievances." Elrohir and Farin exchanged glances. "The blood of both our races," Elrohir said slowly, "freely given in common cause." Without hesitation, Farin drew a small knife and made a shallow cut across his palm. "For the future of the children of Aule," he declared, allowing several drops of blood to fall upon the fragment. Elrohir followed suit, his immortal blood mingling with the dwarfs upon the ancient metal. "For the memory of Celebrimbor's vision," he added. The fragment flared with blinding intensity. When their vision cleared, the chamber had transformed. The ceiling now revealed itself, a perfect dome of crystal through which the night sky was visible. But more astonishing still was the reaction beyond the chamber. Screams echoed from the passage as the cultists were driven back by invisible force. The very mountain seemed to awaken around them, ancient defenses stirring after eons of slumber. "The fragment has renewed the protections," Elrohir said in wonder. "Without the complete crown, but with enough power to secure this place once more. And to reveal what was hidden," Farin added, pointing to the wall behind the plinth, which had become transparent, revealing a vast cavern beyond, filled with mithril veins that gleamed like captured starlight. Pippin, watching the former adversaries gaze in shared wonder at the revelation, felt a quiet satisfaction that transcended the day's dangers. He was, after all, just a hobbit, a trader from the Shire who had stumbled into events far greater than himself. Yet perhaps that was precisely why he had succeeded where ancient powers had failed. Free from the weight of history and inherited prejudice, he had seen clearly what others could not. "Well," he said pragmatically, breaking the reverent silence, "I suppose this means our trading route negotiations will be continuing under somewhat altered circumstances." Farin's laughter echoed through the chamber, joined moments later by Elrohir's melodious chuckle. As the three unlikely companions began planning their return journey, the fragment on the plinth continued to pulse with gentle light, a beacon calling across Middle-earth to its scattered siblings, and a promise that ancient wounds, even those crafted by the darkest of deceits, could at last begin to heal. Story 5. The halls of Erebor sang with silence, not the hollow quiet of abandonment that had haunted the mountain for decades during Smaug's occupation, but a living stillness, like the held breath of something ancient and watchful. Torch flames danced in sconces of polished silver, casting rippling shadows across veins of gold that threaded through the dark stone like frozen lightning. Drogo Bolsero had never meant to wander so deep into the mountain. He had come to Erebor as part of a small hobbit delegation, bringing gifts from the Shire, pipes and pipeweed, seed cakes and recipes, humble offerings to celebrate 20 years of renewed trade between their peoples. While the other hobbits marveled at the grand halls and treasure chambers, Drogo had always been drawn to quieter spaces, to secrets and forgotten corners. It was this peculiar hobbit sense that led him down a spiraling staircase, untraveled by dwarven boots for generations. The steps narrowed as he descended, as if deliberately discouraging visitors of larger stature. At the base of the stairs, a corridor stretched before him, its walls inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed from the corner of his eye. "Just a peek," Drogo whispered to himself, a habit from childhood adventures in the woods of Buckland. Then straight back to the feast. The corridor opened suddenly into a vast chamber, whose ceiling was lost in shadow above. Unlike the geometric precision that characterized dwarven architecture, this space felt older, almost organic, as if it had been grown rather than carved. At its center lay a pool of perfectly still water, black as a midnight sky, and ringed with stones carved in the shape of sleeping beasts. But it was what lay beyond the pool that stole the breath from Drogo's lungs. Coiled upon a dais of obsidian, its scales shimmering with iridescent blues and violets in the dim light, was a dragon. Smaller than the legendary Smaug, but no less magnificent, the creature's slumbering form rose and fell, with breaths separated by minutes rather than seconds. Each exhalation released small wisps of sapphire flame that danced momentarily in the air before dissolving like morning mist. "The dream worm!" came a voice from behind him, causing Drogo to nearly leap out of his hairy hobbit feet. He spun to find a dwarf standing in the corridor entrance, white-bearded and bent with age, leaning heavily upon an axe whose blade was inscribed with glowing symbols. Despite his ancient appearance, his eyes burned with fierce intensity beneath bushy brows. "Forgive me," Drogo stammered. "I didn't mean to trespass. I was just exploring and—" "You were called," the old dwarf interrupted, taking a halting step into the chamber. "As it was foretold. Called? I don't understand." "No, I expect you don't," the dwarf said with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "I am Nori, one of the few who remember the prophecy of the small folk guardian. We had thought it mere legend, a tale to amuse dwarflings, until the signs began to appear 3 moons past." Before Drogo could question further, the surface of the black pool rippled. From its depths rose a column of water that hung suspended in the air, gradually taking the shape of a hobbit holding what appeared to be a jeweled key before a sleeping dragon. "The Aqua Mirror has not shown a vision in an age," Nori whispered, awe and fear mingling in his voice. "But not since before Smaug came." The watery figure shifted, its features becoming more defined until Drogo found himself staring at his own face, rendered in crystalline liquid. "This is madness," he protested, backing away. "I'm just a hobbit from Buckland. I know nothing of dragons or prophecies." "The dreamworm is not like other dragons," Nori explained, approaching the pool's edge. "She is the last of the deep drakes, dragons who delved in thought rather than flame. While her cousins hoarded gold and gems, Maelum hoarded dreams and memories." As if responding to her name, the dragon shifted slightly in her slumber, one claw unfurling to reveal glittering dust that sparked and swirled around her form. For millennia she slept in the deepest chambers, harmless, occasionally sharing visions of ancient wisdom with those few allowed to approach. Nori continued, "But 3 moons ago, she grew restless. Her dreams turned dark, and those sensitive to such things began to suffer terrible nightmares throughout the mountain. The king himself has not slept soundly since." "What has this to do with me?" Drogo asked, though a strange certainty was already forming in his heart. "The prophecy speaks of a time when the smallest shall stand sentinel when the greatest cannot. We believed it referred to the youngest of our kind, but now I see it meant the small folk, a hobbit." Nori fixed Drogo with a penetrating gaze. "Something or someone is corrupting Maelum's dreams, using her power for dark purpose. The Aqua Mirror has chosen you as guardian." The council chamber of Erebor echoed with outrage. Dwarven lords pounded the table with mailed fists, their beards quivering with indignation as Nori presented his discovery and the ancient prophecy. "Preposterous," bellowed Dane Stonehelm, son of the king under the mountain. "We are to entrust the safety of our most sacred chambers to a gardener." Drogo, seated upon a chair far too large for his stature, felt every pair of eyes turned toward him. He resisted the urge to vanish into his waistcoat like a turtle retreating into its shell. "The Aqua Mirror has spoken," Nori insisted. "In all our history, it has never been wrong. Perhaps it has aged as poorly as you have, old friend," Dane retorted, drawing reluctant chuckles from the assembly. "No disrespect to our hobbit guest, but this task requires dwarven resolve, dwarven strength." "Dwarven strength has already failed," came a new voice, melodious yet sharp as winter wind. From the shadows at the chamber's edge stepped a figure that caused a fresh wave of murmurs to sweep through the gathered dwarves. She was clearly elven, tall and graceful, with hair the color of burnished copper and eyes that held the light of stars long vanished from the sky. Yet unlike the ethereal perfection of her kind, one side of her face bore a tracery of scars that resembled frozen lightning, and her left arm ended not in a hand, but in a crystalline prosthesis that caught and refracted the torchlight. "Tauriel Firehair," Dane acknowledged coldly. "Your presence in our halls is tolerated only by ancient oath. Your opinions are not welcome in this council." "Yet you will hear them," she replied with calm certainty. "For I alone among you have felt the shadow that now stretches over Melum's dreams, the same shadow that once reached toward the Arkenstone itself." A horrified silence fell upon the chamber. Even Dane seemed momentarily at a loss for words. "The ring is destroyed," he finally managed. "Sauron is no more." "Not all shadows were cast by Sauron," Tauriel countered. "Some are far older, and some far younger." Her gaze shifted to Drogo. "The Hobbit is indeed the guardian foretold, not because of strength or skill, but because of what his kind possesses that dwarves, elves, and men so often lack: innocence of ambition." "Ridiculous," scoffed another dwarf lord. "We're to believe that this halfling can succeed where our greatest warriors have failed." From the far end of the table, a dwarf who had thus far remained silent finally rose. Unlike the others, he wore no gold or gems, his attire plain and functional. A hood shadowed his features, but when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of stone and time. "I will guide him." The chamber erupted in fresh protests. "You!" Daeon demanded incredulously. "You dare show your face in this council, Corey Silentforge?" "After your disgrace," the hooded dwarf pushed back his covering, revealing a face younger than most present, yet marked by a vertical scar that crossed his left eye, rendering it milky and sightless. Despite this, he stood tall, unashamed. "I failed to protect the Silver Heart Ruby. Yes, my shame is complete and acknowledged," Corey declared, "which is precisely why I offer my service now. I have nothing left to lose, no honor that can be further tarnished." Drogo, watching the exchange with growing alarm, finally found his voice. "Don't I have any say in this matter?" All eyes turned to him once more. "You were chosen, Master Bolsero," Tauriel said gently, "but choice remains yours nonetheless. Will you turn away from this burden?" "None here would blame you." Something stirred in Drogo then, an echo of stories told around Shire fires of his famous cousins who had ventured into danger when duty called. He had always thought himself the sensible sort, more concerned with his books and maps than with adventures. Yet here he stood, in the legendary halls of Erebor, being offered a quest of consequence. "What exactly would I need to do?" he asked cautiously. Nori stepped forward, producing an ancient scroll from within his robes. The prophecy speaks of a key, the Somnaclave, forged from star metal in the First Age. It was thought lost, but recent discoveries suggest it may lie within the hidden library of Ravenhill, accessible only by paths too small for dwarvenkind to traverse. And this key would help the dragon sleep peacefully again. It would allow you to enter the dream realms themselves, Toriel explained, to find whatever or whoever corrupts Maelum's slumber and confront it directly. Drogo swallowed hard. The sensible part of him, the thoroughly respectable Bolsero side, screamed to refuse, to return to the sunlit hills of the Shire and forget the sleeping dragon and ancient prophecies. But another part, perhaps the brandybuck blood in his veins, whispered of purpose and adventure. "I'll need to know everything about this dream worm," he said finally, "and about the key and the dream realms. I'll help, but I won't go blindly." A rare smile crossed Tariel's scarred features. Wisdom already proves the Aquamira's choice sound. 3 days later, Drogo found himself standing at the edge of the Ravenhill ruins as dawn painted the eastern sky in hues of amber and gold. Behind him, the lonely mountain rose like a sentinel against the fading stars. Beside him stood his unlikely companions, Toriel with her crystal hand and ancient eyes, and Corey Silentforge, the disgraced dwarven guard whose knowledge of Erebor's forgotten passages had allowed them to slip away unnoticed. "The entrance lies there," Toriel indicated, pointing to a narrow crevice barely visible among the tumbled stones. "Too small for either of us, but perhaps just right for a hobbit." Drogo approached the opening cautiously. Cool air flowed from within, carrying the scent of parchment and forgotten knowledge. As he peered into the darkness, he thought he glimpsed movement, a flicker of emerald light that retreated deeper into the passage. "You're certain I'll find the somnoclave inside?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "Nothing is certain," Corey replied gruffly, "except that if we do nothing, the dreamworm's corruption will spread. Already, children throughout Erebor wake screaming from nightmares they cannot describe." Drogo nodded, squaring his shoulders. "Then I'd best be off. No sense in delaying." But as he prepared to squeeze through the opening, a sudden chill swept over the hillside. The rising sun dimmed, as if a cloud had passed before it, though the sky remained clear. In the distance, ravens took flight from the mountain in swirling, panicked flocks. "Oh, we're watched," Toriel whispered, her hand moving to the curved blade at her hip. "Impossible," Corey growled. "None knew of our departure." "None that you know of," came a new voice. Soft, almost gentle, yet carrying an undertone that set Drogo's teeth on edge. From behind, a broken column, stepped a figure in robes of midnight blue, embroidered with silver constellations. His face was handsome, ageless, framed by hair the color of fresh snow despite his youthful appearance. He carried no visible weapon, yet both Toriel and Corey tensed as if confronting a drawn blade. "Delibor," Toriel breathed, the name falling from her lips like a curse. "The astronomancer," Corey added, his hand moving to his axe. "You were banished from Erebor decades ago." The white-haired figure smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. "Banished by those too limited to understand my vision, yet here I stand, returned at last." His gaze shifted to Drogo, sharpening with interest. "And with such interesting company, the prophecies' chosen guardian, I presume." Drogo felt exposed, pinned by that calculating stare. "You know of the prophecy?" "My dear halfling, I wrote it." Delibor's smile widened. "Or rather, I ensured it would be discovered at precisely the right moment. The Aquamira is a marvelous tool for those who understand its true purpose." Understanding dawned on Toriel's face. "It was you all along. You're the one corrupting the dreamworm's slumber." "Corrupting? Such an ugly word. I prefer redirecting. Maelum's power to access and manipulate dreams is wasted on her slumber." Imagine instead that power harnessed, focused, used to shape the waking thoughts of kings and counselors throughout Middle-earth. Mind control, Corey spat. Tyranny of the basest sort. Delabor waved a dismissive hand. Guidance, merely. The world flounders without vision. I offer direction. And the key? Drogo asked, a terrible suspicion forming. The Somnaclave. A fiction, I'm afraid. There is no artifact that controls the dreamworm. There is only the will to dominate her power, a will I have cultivated for centuries. Delabor's eyes seemed to glow faintly as he spoke. The prophecy served its purpose, drawing attention to the chamber, ensuring that when I made my final move, all eyes would be fixed on a non-existent key rather than the true threat. Then why am I in the prophecy at all? Drogo demanded, anger overcoming his fear. Bull, why involve me in your schemes? For the first time, Delabor's confident demeanor faltered slightly. You weren't supposed to be. The Aqua Mirror was meant to choose a dwarven child, malleable, easily influenced. Instead, it showed you. His eyes narrowed. A variable I hadn't anticipated. Before any of them could react, Delabor raised his hands. The air around him shimmered with heat, and suddenly the hillside was bathed in sapphire light, the same hue as the dreamworm's slumbering breath. No matter, the sorcerer continued, the dreamworm's awakening begins. Soon, the dreams of all who dwell in the mountain will be mine to shape. From there, my influence will spread to Dale, to Mirkwood, eventually to Gondor itself. We'll stop you, Toriel declared, drawing her blade in one fluid motion. Delabor laughed. With what? Dwarven steel? Elven quickness? The prophecy itself has failed you. There is no key, no secret weapon to wield against me. As the sorcerer and his companions faced off, Drogo found his gaze drawn back to the narrow opening in the stones. The emerald light he'd glimpsed earlier pulsed again, stronger now, beckoning. While the others were distracted, he slipped toward the crevice. There's always another way, he murmured to himself, squeezing through the opening into darkness beyond. What he found there in the forgotten library of Ravenhill was not the Somnaclave of legend. Instead, he discovered something far more valuable, the truth about Delabor, preserved in ancient texts by those who had first recognized his dangerous ambitions. And within that truth lay the real key to saving the dreamworm. Not a physical artifact, but knowledge itself. For the greatest protection against those who would control dreams had always been the simplest, the power to wake up. Story 6. Deep beneath the ancient peaks of the misty mountains, where shadow and stone had long kept their secrets, the rhythmic clink of dwarven pickaxes echoed through forgotten halls. The minds of Moria, in the tongue of its makers, had slumbered in darkness for generations after the Balrog's wrath had driven the children of Durin from their ancestral home. Now, decades after the fall of the Dark Lord Sauron, a new age of hope had dawned. Led by the visionary Balin IV, descendant of Durin's line, the dwarves had returned to reclaim their kingdom of old. On this day, the very foundations of Middle-earth trembled as iron struck stone in the deepest excavation. A thunderous crack reverberated through the cavernous depths, and the wall before the dwarven miners crumbled to reveal a chamber untouched since the First Age. The torchlight flickered across the smooth obsidian surface of 7 arched portals, each carved with runes older than memory itself, symbols that belonged to no known tongue of elf, dwarf, or man. By Durin's beard, whispered Balin IV, his eyes reflecting the strange, pulsating glow that emanated from the portal's edges. We have found something that was meant to remain hidden. The morning mist clung to the rolling hills of the Shire as Peregrin Túk II fastened the final straps on his pony's saddle. At 37, He was considered young among hobbits, with the same curly auburn hair and mischievous glint in his eyes that had made his granduncle Pippin famous throughout the Four Farthings. Yet beneath his cheerful demeanor lay a restlessness, a yearning for adventure that had been kindled by tales told around firelight on winter evenings. "You're sure about this journey, Master Peregrin?" asked old Hamfast, puffing on his pipe. "Moria's no place for a hobbit, begging your pardon." "Dark tales come from those mountains." Peregrin adjusted the small silver brooch at his collar, a leaf of Lothlorien passed down from his granduncle, and smiled with more confidence than he felt. "The Council of the Shire needs an emissary to establish trade routes with Balin's folk," he replied. "Besides, the darkness has been driven back. What could possibly remain to fear in Moria?" As the words left his lips, a cool wind swept across the hills, carrying with it the scent of rain and something else, something old and forgotten, like the musty pages of a book unopened for centuries. The eastern gate of Moria stood open to the pale light of dawn, its ancient mechanisms restored by dwarven craft. Peregrin's journey had been long but uneventful, guided by rangers of the north through the wilderness. Now, as he stood before the towering doors, carved with the emblems of hammer and anvil, star and crown, he felt suddenly small and insignificant. "You arrive at a fortuitous time, Master Hobbit," said the dwarven guard, his beard braided with silver and iron. "Balin IV holds council today on a matter of great importance. Strange discoveries have been made in the deep places. The halls of Moria were not as Peregrin had imagined from tales. Where once darkness had ruled, countless lanterns now cast a warm golden glow upon polished stone. Dwarves hurried about their business, their boots echoing on marble floors, inlaid with mithril. Yet beneath the industrious atmosphere, Peregrin sensed an undercurrent of unease, like the distant rumble before a storm. In the chamber of Mazabal, now restored as Balin's throne room, dozens of dwarves argued in their guttural tongue. At their center stood a dwarf woman, her russet hair bound in warrior braids, a bow of yew and horn strapped across her back. "The portals must be sealed," she declared, silencing the chamber with the force of her conviction. 3 nights ago, something emerged from the third arch, a creature of shadow and smoke that killed 2 miners before vanishing into the eastern tunnels. "We cannot seal what we do not understand, Freya," countered an elderly dwarf with a forked beard. "The inscriptions speak of pathways between worlds, of knowledge beyond our reckoning." "Knowledge that was hidden for good reason," came a new voice, melodious yet firm. All eyes turned to the tall figure who had entered behind Peregrin. His features bore the ageless beauty of elven kind, yet there was something mortal in his bearing, a certain weight to his steps that spoke of human blood mingled with elven grace. "Eldarion," murmured the dwarves, some with respect, others with suspicion. "Son of Aragorn," Balin IV acknowledged with a nod. "Your counsel is welcome, though unexpected. I followed the signs," Eldarion replied, his gaze falling upon Peregrin with curiosity. "As, it seems, did this halfling." Before Peregrin could correct the term, hobbits had never been fond of being called halflings. A distant boom shook dust from the ceiling. Cries of alarm echoed from corridors beyond, and the clash of weapons rang through stone halls. "They've breached the lower chambers," shouted a bloodied dwarf who staggered into the room. "Creatures, like nothing I've ever seen, pouring through the portals." The descent into Moria's depths was a nightmare of narrow stairs and darker passages. Peregrin found himself swept along with Freya, Eldarion, and a company of dwarven warriors. His role as emissary forgotten, he drew the short sword at his belt, an heirloom of the Túk family that had never tasted battle until now. "Stay close, halfling," Freya commanded, notching an arrow to her bow. "These tunnels become a labyrinth if you stray." "It's hobbit, actually," Peregrin corrected, surprising himself with his boldness in the face of danger. "And I'm not entirely helpless." Eldarian's lips quirked in the shadow of a smile. "The no child of the Shire ever is," he said. "Your kind has saved Middle-earth more times than the proud care to remember." Their path took them through grand halls with ceilings so high that torchlight couldn't reach them, past underground lakes that reflected stars no mortal eye had ever seen, and through forges where the legendary mithril had once been shaped into mail, fine as silk, yet stronger than dragon scales. Then came the first encounter with what had emerged from the portals. They moved like men, but were translucent as water, their forms rippling with colors unknown to Middle-earth. Where their feet touched stone, reality itself seemed to waver and distort. The creatures turned faceless heads toward the company, and though they had no mouths, a keening wail filled the chamber, boring into Peregrin's mind with visions of endless void. "Stand firm!" cried Freya, loosing arrows that passed harmlessly through the apparitions. Eldarion drew forth a blade inscribed with elven runes that glowed with inner light. "Steel avails us not," he called, "but the light of Eärendil's star, captured in this blade by the craft of Rivendell, may yet turn them back." The half-elf charged forward, his sword cleaving through the nearest creature. Where the blade passed, the being dissolved into motes of light that faded like dying embers. Emboldened, the dwarves pressed the attack with axes and hammers, blessed by their priests. Peregrin, finding himself face to face with one of the entities, raised his sword in trembling hands. The creature paused, tilting its featureless head as if in curiosity. Then, to Peregrin's astonishment, it backed away, seeming almost to bow before melting into the shadows. "It feared you," Eldarion said afterward, his keen eyes studying Peregrin with new interest. "Or perhaps recognized you." Their journey took them deeper, past the mines and forges, into passages carved by water rather than dwarf or goblin. Here, the very air felt charged with ancient power, and whispers in unknown tongues seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. "The Chamber of Records lies ahead," Freya said, her voice hushed with reverence. "No dwarf has set foot there since Durin's folk fled Moria ages past. It is said to contain knowledge from the dawn of creation, entrusted to the dwarves by Auli himself." "Gandalf sought this place," Eldarion added, "during the War of the Ring. My father told me he believed it held secrets that could have turned the tide, had he reached it. The chamber, when they found it, defied expectation. Rather than the grand hall Peregrin had imagined, it was a simple round room with a domed ceiling painted to resemble the night sky. At its center stood a pedestal of white marble, upon which rested a single book bound in what appeared to be seamless mithril. "The Lexicon of Durin," breathed Freya, approaching with reverence. As Eldarion reached for the book, the room shimmered around them. The walls became transparent, revealing 7 corridors stretching outward like the spokes of a wheel. At the end of each stood one of the obsidian portals, now fully activated, their centers swirling with colors and images. "Portals indeed," murmured Eldarion, "but not to places, to possibilities." Through each portal, Peregrin could see a different version of reality. In one, the Shire burned under Sauron's dominion. In another, a throne room where Aragorn and Arwen ruled over an empire that spanned all of Middle-earth. A third showed Balin's folk discovering veins of mithril beyond imagining, becoming the wealthiest kingdom in all the land. The 7th portal, directly opposite their entrance, showed only darkness, a void so complete it seemed to draw light from the very chamber. "This is the void," Eldarion said grimly. "The nothingness beyond Ea, beyond Eru Ilúvatar's creation itself. These portals are windows into what might have been and what might yet be, if the barriers between realities thin further. Freya had opened the lexicon, her fingers tracing lines of text. It says the portals were created during the music of the Ainur, when Melkor's discord created ripples in the fabric of creation itself. The Valar sealed them away, entrusting their guardianship to Durin's folk, for dwarves alone were resistant to their temptations. "How do we seal them again?" Peregrin asked, tearing his gaze from a portal that showed him as Lord of the Shire, respected and admired by all. "The book speaks of a key," Freya replied, her voice faltering. "A living key born of the free peoples of Middle-earth, whose blood contains the essence of the music itself." Eldarion's gaze turned to Peregrin, comprehension dawning in his ageless eyes. "The line of Túk," he said softly. "It was always rumored among the wise that a fairy had once married into your family, bringing with her the blood of the Ainur." Understanding crashed over Peregrin like a wave. The creature's recognition, the strange dreams that had plagued him since childhood, his inexplicable longing for adventure, all pieces of a destiny written before his birth. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice steadier than his heart. The ritual was simple yet terrible in its finality. 7 drops of blood freely given upon the threshold of the 7th portal, the void itself. "There must be another way," Freya insisted, even as creatures poured through the other portals in increasing numbers, held at bay only by the dwindling strength of the dwarven warriors. "The blood is just the beginning," Eldarion said grimly. "The key must remain. Peregrin, a guardian at the threshold, forever vigilant. Eternal imprisonment, then, a fate worse than death." Peregrin thought of the Shire, of green hills and bubbling streams, of smoke rings blown on summer evenings and the laughter of children. He thought of his grand-uncle Pippin, who had faced the Witch King of Angmar and the armies of Mordor without faltering. "I'll do it," he said. The void portal rippled as the first drop of hobbit blood touched its obsidian frame. With the second, it began to contract. By the 7th drop, all the portals were shrinking, drawing back the creatures that had emerged from them. Peregrin stepped toward the 7th portal, its darkness now shot through with threads of gold, the music made visible. "Tell them I went on an adventure," he said to Freya and Eldarion, "the greatest adventure of all." As he placed his hand upon the portal's surface, it solidified into crystal, capturing his form like an insect in amber. For a moment, his expression showed fear, then wonder, and finally peace, as the light of the music enveloped him. In years to come, tales would be told of Peregrin the Guardian, the hobbit who saved Middle-earth from the chaos beyond creation. In the restored kingdom of Moria, a shrine was built around the crystal portal, where dwarves would come to pay homage to their unlikeliest hero. And sometimes, those who stood vigil through the night would swear they could hear singing from within the crystal, a hobbit's cheerful tune, carrying on the greatest adventure ever known, beyond the circles of the world itself.